I couldn't give you an exact number. I did an emergency type call, including traffic accidents, about once a week, but domestics were not that often.
You testified you responded to hostile suspects 1 to 2 times per month. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but that sounds like it could be
So,
accurate.
as a police officer, what did you do when you responded to a hostile suspect?
It depends on the situation. Everyone's fluid.
So if you came across a suspect who wanted to fight you, wanted to use his fists and resist you, what would you do as a law enforcement officer?
It depends on the situation.
Would you pull your gun?
Possibly, I might even have the gun out before the person wanted to fight. If I was responding to a situation where I knew it was going to be a hostile individual.
So in these 1 to 2 incidents per month for the time that you were a law enforcement officer, you could very well have responded with your gun drawn.
Not to everyone, but some of them, yes.
Give me a example of when you would respond with your gun drawn. What would you have to know from dispatch?
What did I have to know? That there was a possible threat and a situation where I might need to use my firearm.
Can you think of an example?
Yeah, I think I used one yesterday where if I was responding to a call, I remember specifically going up a stairwell into apartments, and someone up the stairwell may be dangerous or violent or have a weapon. Before we even started up that narrow stairwell, we'd have our weapons out.
And that's going into an enclosed space.
Yes, because they could pop out at any time.
Now, Waupaca has a fair number of bars. Do you agree?
Yes.
And were you ever called to bar fights?
Yes.
Was that, at least on weekends, a pretty common occurrence?
I wouldn't say common.
Okay. Would you arrive at the bar fight with your weapon drawn?
Not normally. I mean, first we'd go in and assess the situation and determine if it was necessary.
What would make it necessary to go into a bar fight with your weapon drawn?
Depends on the people involved and if they were coming after law enforcement or not complying with your demands.
Well, I'm talking about your initial entry into a situation. You got a call, go to Weasel's, there's a bar fight going on. What would be your law enforcement tactics to respond?
Normally we'd wait for backup. You wouldn't want to handle it by yourself. If there's a bar fight going on, one officer's really not sufficient. So you'd wait for backup to arrive.
Now, yesterday you testified about how frightened you were of Ryelee. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you call 911 when you saw him on the street?
I did not. Did not have my phone on me.
Well, Tiffany was holding your phone.
Yes.
And you sat in your car as the call from Danielle Brzezowski ended. That's what you testified to yesterday.
That's correct.
So, do you have your timeline?
Yes.
As long as he's done all the work on this timeline, let's use it. So, you received a call from Danielle at 10:13 and 36 seconds, is that correct?
Appears to be correct, yes.
And you parked in front of Tara's at 10:17:26. But the call from Danielle didn't end until 10:17:45. And yesterday you testified that you and Tiffany just stayed in the car until that call was done. Do you remember?
I don't recall that, but it sounds like that would be accurate.
Well, did you get out of the car still talking on the phone?
I wasn't talking on the phone. I was in the car driving and she was talking on the phone.
And it was on speaker?
I don't recall that.
Well, yesterday you testified that Angela didn't want the police called. And that's why you didn't call the police when you found the location of the animals. Do you remember that?
I do.
How did you know Angela didn't want the police called if you hadn't been listening to the call?
Well, I was definitely listening. I just don't know if it was on speaker.
Well, how would you listen if it wasn't on speaker?
I could hear Tiffany Rose talking, and it's pretty easy to figure out what's being said. It may have been on speaker. I just don't recall.
Okay. So, but you testified yesterday that you sat in the car until the call ended. So you sat in the car until 10:17:45 before you got out.
I believe that's correct.
Now, you testified yesterday that you had gone to Tara's house to tell her to not give Ryelee a ride.
That's correct.
And that was the only reason you had to talk to Tara.
No, that's not the only reason.
Well, at that time you had the location of the animals. What other reason did you need to talk to Tara before you went to retrieve your animals?
Well, as I testified to yesterday, I had planned to go back to Tara's because our conversation was cut short. I told her I'd be right back when we were done speaking with the officer and to see if she had any more information. But when I got there, the only thing that was important was to tell her to not give Ryelee a ride.
When you got there, you knew where the animals were.
Yes.
And throughout this entire trial, everyone who has testified indicated that your top priority was finding the animals.
That's correct.
And before you ever turned down Van Street, you knew where the animals were.
I'm not sure if it was as I was turning onto Van Street or before, but that sounds accurate.
So, didn't you know where the animals were when you left Main Street, your Main Street building?
No.
We're gonna play the call from Danielle and Angela to you and Tiffany. Now, this is on our previously admitted exhibit 14, and it's item H. And we're going to start the call with approximately 3 minutes left. Well, and while we're trying to get that up, how long would you say that it takes you to drive from the Main Street building to the corner of Van and School Street?
5 minutes or so. Just guessing.
Okay. Well, I had an officer do it last night who will testify that it took him about 1 minute and 50 seconds at 10:10 last night. Does that sound about right?
It depends on the lights. There's a couple lights that you have to go through. So I don't know. It depends if they're red or green.
And there used to be lights. There aren't lights anymore. But there
Oh.
were lights at that time?
Yeah, there were on Fulton Street and Main Street, and then also at Badger Street and Main Street.
And after 10 o'clock at night, they were normally just flashing. Isn't that correct?
I do not recall.
So we're going to start the call from the three-way call with 3 minutes left.
Starting at 8 minutes and 24 seconds.
So it's 8 minutes and 24 seconds into this exhibit.
Fake was, and I don't know why they would bring them here, but they're all
It
stolen.
doesn't-
They
Angela,
went to the
just-
property and they stole them.
Yeah, well, Angela's just trying to return them. She didn't know what to do. She called me because Ashton and Ryelee got picked up. So,
Yes, but we know because I found evidence on Riley's Snapchat of things that they had from our place,
oh,
and we just called the police on them.
oh God.
They're here, and I told the officer no when he came because I didn't know nothing about it. And when I went in the house to question my kids, my son says, "Mom, I have something to show you," and they're here. And what's your address? It's N1466 U.S. Highway 10 South, Waupaca.
And so we stopped that at 9 minutes and 20 seconds. There's 2 minutes and 17 seconds left of the call. Does that sound right?
I have no idea, but I can't really see it from here. But
Okay.
it's not, I mean, I believe you.
So 2 minutes and 17 seconds left of the call. So if we subtract 2 minutes and 17 seconds from when the call ended, 10:17:45, you would have still been at the building or pretty close to the building on Main Street.
I cannot agree with that. I don't know.
Okay, well, we can let the numbers work the way they do. But when you went by Van Street, you knew where the animals were.
Like I said, sometime between Main Street and Van Street, the call came in. Danielle and Angela were talking to Tiffany Rose while I was driving. I can't tell you exactly where, but yes, we found out the address and location on the way to Tara's house.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 88. And I'm going to tell you that this is from Google Maps. And does that indicate how long Van Street is?
It looks like 400 feet.
So the entire length of the road is 400 feet.
That's what this indicates, yes.
So it's 400 feet long, and the Google map actually indicates how long it would take to walk that. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And how many minutes would it take to walk the entire length of Van Street?
According to this, it says 2 minutes.
I'm gonna display that map that you're looking at. So it looks like Van Street has a total of 6 houses on it on the east side of the road.
It looks like that, yeah.
So it's a very short street. Would you agree it's a short street?
Yes.
And just a person walking, it would take 2 minutes to walk all the way down it. How long do you think it took you to drive down that street?
Less than 2 minutes.
Well, I would think significantly less than 2 minutes. You arrived and parked in front of Tara's at 10:17 and 26 seconds, according to
Yes.
your attorney's exhibit. So if it only took you a few seconds to drive down Van Street, you would have known where the animals were when you drove down Van Street.
Correct.
You testified yesterday getting the animals back was the most important thing.
Correct.
Why didn't you go get the animals back?
Getting the animals home safely was the #1 priority. If Ryelee met us there and we had an altercation, and we couldn't get the animals out of the house safely, then we wouldn't have gotten the animals back safely.
But you didn't get the animals back safely that day, did you?
I did not.
Because you didn't go get them when you had the address.
Because of a lot of factors, yeah.
Well, what other factors were there? If you had driven straight to get the animals when you got the address, you would have gotten the animals.
We don't know that. Ryelee could have went to Tara's, got a ride, bent me out there, and we had an altercation there, and I may not have gotten the animals at all. We have no idea.
Okay, so you would have pulled the gun there instead of on Van Street.
I have no idea. It's a lot of hypotheticals.
You indicated you were so terrified of Ryelee yesterday. Is that correct?
Yeah, I said I was scared.
And one of the reasons was because you said there had been a domestic dispute between Ryelee and Mackenzie in February.
That was one factor, yes.
And that was 8 months earlier, correct?
I believe so.
Well, February to October, 8 months.
Yep.
And you said yesterday with quivering lips that domestics are so terrible. And the fact that he was involved in a domestic led to your fear of Ryelee.
That was a factor, yes.
But in your career as a law enforcement officer, you responded to domestics, according to my notes, once a week.
Your notes are incorrect.
What's your testimony today? How many times you would respond to a domestic?
Like I said, I don't have an exact number. I said an emergency situation including traffic accidents once a week. Most of the time it was a traffic accident. A domestic, like I said, I don't know, maybe once a month. I don't have an exact number.
And were you terrified every time you responded to a domestic?
Not every time.
Were you terrified sometimes?
I would say I was scared sometimes, yes.
So scared that you would take defensive action before you even learned what was going on?
Probably.
In your police training, if you responded with your gun drawn, that's going to escalate the situation. Isn't that true?
Sometimes it would escalate, sometimes it would de-escalate.
Arriving with a gun would de-escalate the situation?
It could.
When you're taught use of force on the police force, what are you taught? What's your knowledge of use of force?
Can you be more specific with your question?
Well, use of force is a policy for law enforcement officers, is that correct?
Yes, there's policies related to use of force.
And you were taught that at the academy. You testified to that yesterday.
I just have a broad term, but I'm wondering specifically what you're asking.
Well, I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 89 and 90. Can you identify Exhibit 89?
This is General Orders, Waupaca Police Department. Use of force. Purpose, policy, definitions.
And what's the effective date of that policy?
It says the date origin was 2/12 of 04 and date revised 9/13 of 2016.
So the effective date was when you were a police officer in the city of Waupaca.
It seems it was drafted during that time.
And so your time as a law enforcement officer, or at least some of it, was subject to this policy.
Yes.
And what is the definition of excessive use of force? Can you read that? It's definition A.
Excessive force, more force than is reasonable will not affect the validity of the arrest. It may expose the officer to civil suit discipline, or both, and in aggravated circumstances, possibly criminal liability also.
So using more force than necessary, even as a police officer, could subject you to criminal liability.
That's what this says, yes.
And when you were employed as a law enforcement officer, you agreed to follow this policy, is that true?
That's correct.
What is the policy under Roman numeral 2?
It is our policy that officers will use only the force necessary to accomplish lawful objectives. The force used by the officer should only be that reasonably required to overcome the resistance being offered by the person and the officer is trying to control.
Now, everything on this policy talks about an officer. Do you agree?
Yes.
So this talks about force that an officer is allowed to use to control a person. Do you agree?
Yes.
And we already talked about law enforcement privilege. Do you agree?
Yes.
And so a law enforcement officer has the right to take someone into custody and use the necessary force, but not a personal citizen. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
A law enforcement officer has the privilege to use force to take somebody into custody, but not a common citizen. Do you agree with that?
To take someone into custody, yes.
Were you trying to take Ryelee Manente, Powell, into custody on 10/19?
No.
So when you chased him with a taser and a shotgun, and you were approaching him, according to the video evidence, he never approached you, you approached him. Why were you approaching him?
When I approached him with the taser because I wanted to stop and neutralize the threat without...
Well, he was just standing on the road, according to the video.
Well, that's not true.
Can we show that? We're gonna show the video. The doorbell video that's on our exhibit 14. And it's identified as F. Now, in this picture, can you circle Ryelee? Can you see it on either one, or is the easel in the way?
I'm trying to see this one here. That one's a lot darker.
Can you see where the pointer is circling Ryelee?
Yes.
And he's crouched down.
It appears that way.
And at that time, isn't it true that he was putting his fanny pack on the ground?
I can't say for certain.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 85. Can you identify that exhibit?
Looks like a photograph of the end of Van Street with my car parked with the door open.
I'm also showing you what was previously marked Exhibit 59 and identified as Rylee's backpack. And that's in the picture that you're holding, isn't that correct?
Yes, it's by a traffic cone.
And that is the location where Ryelee is squatting down in this video. What happened to it? So appears he's putting something in the ground, on the ground, which coincides to the exhibit you're holding that shows that his backpack was left there. Do you agree with that?
Looks pretty close.
So he put his backpack on the ground, and can you start the video? Stop. At any point, is Ryelee approaching you?
Not during that segment, no.
Okay, can you play again? Riley's actually trying to get away from you. He's backing up, and you are the one circling him and trying to get close. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's when I had the taser.
You saw no weapons on Ryelee.
I did not see any.
Riley's running away from you. Is that true? Riley ran
Yes.
away from you. What did you do?
I went towards my car,
You chased Ryelee.
essentially.
You started it. And you took the gun from Riley's mother.
Yes.
You testified yesterday that back when you were trying to get Ryelee with the taser, you had dropped it and couldn't pick it up.
That's correct.
So, at that point, you were unarmed and you grabbed the gun back from Tiffany.
Yes.
You also had a knife on your hat
Yes.
and a knife in your pocket.
Yes.
You had handcuffs in the car
Yes.
and multiple other weapons.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 83. Can you identify Exhibit 83?
Looks like a photograph of my car, door open.
Do you see any weapons visible in the front seat of your car?
In this photograph, no.
And in fact, when Sergeant Rodens identified all the weapons and knives in your car, he described them as being in the back seat or in the center console or in the glove box or the trunk. Do you recall that?
I don't recall, but it sounds like they were in the front, they were in the back, they were in the trunk.
That's not what I just said. Officer Rodens described everywhere but right around your driver's seat.
Well, like you had mentioned, the handcuffs, they were in the driver's door in the compartment down below he described.
Do you consider handcuffs a weapon?
I don't, but that's how you described them.
I described handcuffs and weapons.
Okay, and other weapons, yes.
So there isn't anything that Ryelee could grab there as a weapon except handcuffs.
Well, that's not true. It's just not visible in this photo.
Well, what weapons did you have that were accessible to you that apparently Sergeant Rodens missed?
Well, he said there was a hammer between the front seat. He said there was knives in the front center console, glove box. I think in the front console there's a tray up in the front also. There was knives in there.
He said there was one knife in the center console.
Honestly, I can't recall. I just know where the things were in the car.
And we can't see any weapons. So if Ryelee was standing outside the door, that's what he would have seen. That's what he would have seen. Is that correct?
Well, possibly this is obviously further back. If you're right up closer from a higher angle, it might be a different view, but
Well, what weapons would you have that standing outside the car he could have reached?
standing outside the car, none.
You said that he never got all the way in the car.
I believe that's correct.
And he didn't open the back door.
No,
And he didn't open the trunk.
no,
And he didn't go around to the passenger side.
no.
When you were a police officer, what procedure did you go through when you took somebody into custody and transported them to the jail?
Well, putting them into custody depends on the situation.
Is there any common procedure?
Yes, there's a common procedure.
Do you search them?
Yes.
And you seatbelt them into the back of the squad?
Yes.
And then you drive the squad to the jail?
Yes.
And you pull into the Sally port?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury, they may not know what a Sally port is?
It's basically like a garage. It has a garage door on both sides so you can drive straight through.
And one door opens, you drive in, and that door shuts. Is that
Correct.
correct? And so it's a secure place.
Yes.
Are any suspects or detainees allowed to have weapons in that space?
Yes.
They're allowed to have weapons? Detainees?
Oh, no, they're not allowed to have weapons, I'm sorry.
And they would have been searched before they were put in the car.
They should have been, yes.
Now, you knew that Ryelee had been arrested and taken to the jail.
I knew he had been arrested.
And according to Wazrud, he had been taken to the jail because you were hoping that he was going to be held there and questioned.
Yeah, that sounds correct.
And you knew police procedure that he would have been searched before being taken to the jail.
He should have been if they followed procedure, yes.
Isn't that a fundamental officer safety issue?
Absolutely.
Had you ever transported anybody in your car that you did not search for weapons?
Did I or did any officer?
Did you?
Did I? I don't think so.
It's for your own safety.
Correct.
And especially taking them into the jail. We certainly don't want a prisoner going into the jail with a weapon.
I agree.
That would be chaos. Correct?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know
It
if it's a
could be
chaos, but
disaster.
it's definitely hazardous, yeah.
Now, you were surprised that Ryelee had been released from the jail, but when you were going to get the animals, you saw him walking back.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was walking down School Street from the direction of the jail.
I thought that was Ryelee, yes.
Previously to you doing your investigation, when you determined Ryelee was a suspect, you learned that one of the handguns had already been sold. Is that correct?
That's what I was told that day, that he had sold one.
And when you talked to Jeff Larson told you that he was keeping an eye on Ashton and that he thought Ashton had a handgun in his waistband.
He said he thought he saw him put something like a gun in his pants, yeah.
Okay, so that's 2 guns. Also, one of the guns that was stolen from you, even though the ammunition was right next to it, they didn't take the magazine or the ammunition. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, it was further down in the compartment, yes.
But they didn't take it.
Correct.
And it was stored right near the gun.
Correct.
So you knew there were 2 handguns, one didn't have ammunition, one had been sold, and your friend believed that Ashton Toady had the other one. Is that the information you had?
He didn't say what gun. Like we saw on that table, they had a BB gun that looks like a real gun, and that could be what Ashton had in his pants. I have no idea what gun. He didn't say what kind of gun it was.
Okay, so all that was going through your head? When
And
you thought,
you're just asking me a question. I'm answering it honestly.
so you said you thought Ryelee might be armed.
That's
I'm
it.
trying to get information that would lead you to believe that Ryelee was armed.
I didn't say I thought he was armed. I said I didn't know if he was armed. He could be.
How could he be, walking back from the jail?
Well, if I was arrested for, say, having a warrant, and I had a knife that I was legally allowed to own and carry in my fanny pack, and I was released from the jail, they would give me my knife back with the fanny pack, and I could be armed with that knife walking down the street. Or if I was a concealed carry permit holder, like I am, I could have a gun and carry it.
So they would you would let a suspect into your squad car and bring his knife or gun along with him to give back to him at the jail.
When I was placed in handcuffs and placed into the squad car after shooting someone, they took my knives and put them into the squad car with me. And then if I was going to be released, I'm assuming they would have given them back.
There was a picture that I'm sure you've seen of the front seat of your car with the gun.
I have not seen that picture.
When we're gonna get the picture up.
Okay.
The officers took the knives from you, and it's your testimony they took them to the jail with you?
That is correct.
As soon as we find the picture, there is a picture that, where they were put into your car.
Eventually they were.
Eventually, so somebody drove back to the scene and put them in your car.
I can tell you for certain that's correct because halfway to the jail, I informed the officer that my belongings were still on the hood of his squad car. My hat and my wallet and my knives were on the hood of the squad car. He stopped, pulled over to the side of the road, and brought them back into the squad. So that's why I can remember for certain they were there in the squad car.
Yesterday you testified that when you were done with the taser, you put it on top of your car. And you told officers that your wallet and the sleeve and the taser was on top of your car,
That's correct.
not on top of the squad car.
No, my baseball cap, which had a knife on the brim, and a knife that was in my coat pocket, those were on the squad car hood.
That's your testimony.
Yeah, that's what happened. You can watch the squad video and probably find out for sure.
And when the officer testified, so you said just your hat. Before you said your wallet was on top of the squad car, but now
Yeah, I misspoke about the wallet. It was the hat, the knives, the things that were in my coat pockets. When they searched me, the things that were on my person.
Is that what you would have done as a police officer? Bring their weapons with them?
Depends on the situation.
So it's your testimony that you would allow them to bring their weapons with them?
I wouldn't allow them to bring their weapons.
But you would bring their weapons with you for them?
It's possible that the weapons will be brought. It depends on the situation, like I said.
And that would be common police practice that you were taught? Did I have an exhibit sticker, Renee? What exhibit number is this? 94. Okay. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as exhibit 94. Can you identify that picture?
It's a picture of the interior of my car from the passenger side, it appears.
And laying on the front seat, are those the knives that you had on your person?
They appear to be, yes. I don't know why they're not with my baseball cap, but they were placed there after I was arrested by an officer, I'm sure. Because they
were removed from you?
Yeah, they were transported with me to the jail and the hospital, and then I don't know at what point they put them there.
Now let's talk about how terrified you were of Ryelee. After all your talk of your police training, weren't you taught de-escalation tactics?
Yes.
Did you use any of them?
Yeah, I tried to.
Which ones did you use
Uh,
while holding a shotgun?
I tried to remain calm.
You said you were so scared, you were shaking yesterday.
Yeah, like I said, I tried to remain calm.
What else? That's not de-escalation.
Well, remaining calm can be de-escalating.
Okay. What else?
Tried to keep some distance.
But you were going after Ryelee.
With the taser, yes.
How is that keeping your distance?
Well, there's two different things. At some points, I was trying to keep my distance. At that point, I tried to get close to him with the taser because I thought if I could use the taser, the stun gun, to stop the threat.
What threat?
He was running down the road before the video starts, yelling, "I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna beat your ass." He was coming at me, he ran in a hostile manner, ripping his jacket off in a threatening, "I wanna fight" gesture.
The video shows you ripping his jacket off.
Absolutely
and
not.
You throwing it.
No, that's not true.
Let's play it again. Right there, you're holding his jacket.
Yeah, I picked it up to see if there was a weapon in it.
In that split second,
Why don't we
you
rewind
checked
it?
it. How do you check for a weapon? Don't you feel down the jacket to see if
Yeah,
there's a weapon?
pick it up, shake it, feel down, yeah.
No weapon.
No, it just quick.
And later you throw the jacket.
If you want to rewind and see who took it off, I definitely didn't take it off of him. He took it off. If you want to slow it down.
And there you throw his jacket.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
In that video, Ryelee never approaches you.
No, but did you see I didn't rip his jacket off? I picked it up off the ground.
I don't see Ryelee removing it either, so
Okay.
video isn't good enough. But you're saying you checked it for weapons. He had no weapons in it.
That's why I picked it up, yes.
He had removed his fanny pack,
Yes.
and yet you went from the taser to the gun.
When he was running towards my car, yes.
Why would you take the gun? Wouldn't the best thing for him to get in the car and leave?
Yeah, that would have been great if he did.
But you took the gun to stop him?
Not to stop him from getting in the car,
Why did you take the gun?
because like we said before, if you went into the car and got weapons, it'd be appropriate to have the gun.
How would it be appropriate to have the gun?
Like I said, if he grabbed a weapon out of the car,
So you were defending yourself about something that might happen.
that's correct.
When you use of force as a police officer, did you have to fill out a separate form?
I don't recall, but I would think that would be correct.
And what would be considered use of force that you would have to report?
At that point in time, back then, I don't recall.
If you pulled your gun out of the holster, did you have to file a report?
I do not believe so, but I don't recall.
You have in front of you Exhibit 90.
I know it. Oh, up here I do. Yeah.
Can you identify Exhibit 90?
Waupaca Police Department use of force report.
Do you recognize that document?
I don't recognize it, but it's been a long time, but it looks vaguely familiar.
And if you even just display a taser, you have to fill out this report in B2.
It looks like it starts with empty hand control.
Yes?
I don't know where the taser part is.
In B. But if you go down, it is basically escalating force. Is that true?
Where's that?
You start with empty hand control, then it goes to control devices, then it goes to intermediate impact, and then it goes to deadly force.
Correct.
Now, isn't that on there because you are trained that you start with the lowest level of control and deadly force is only used as a very last resort?
Yeah, I remember it's a force continuum. So it escalates and de-escalates, and it's fluid. That's correct.
Right, but you start with the least amount of force necessary. You just read the policy that it's the least amount of force necessary.
Correct.
You don't start with the gun pointed at someone.
I think we heard another officer testify that sometimes you can de-escalate and have your gun out and then not need it and put it back into its
After
holster.
you've tried all the other use of force techniques,
Well, like he said, you don't have to necessarily go through each one in order. Sometimes it jumps around on the continuum.
you don't start with the gun pointed at someone. He testified to that. An unarmed 18-year-old boy.
I don't know if he testified to that.
Was it your training that you would start with a gun pointed? A shotgun at that, not even a handgun. And pointed at him.
There's no specific training for that specific scenario.
In all the times that you were so terrified of Ryelee, did Ryelee ever hit you?
I don't believe so.
Yesterday you didn't testify that he had ever struck you.
Right.
And everything you testified to was either you're claiming you saw it or Ryelee told you. Other than the February incident with Mackenzie.
I guess you'd have to clarify the question.
Did you ever see Ryelee hit you or anyone else?
I never saw him hit me. I'm trying to recall if I saw him hit anybody else.
You didn't describe anything yesterday of seeing him hit anybody else.
Okay.
And you made the story in the jail sound like he was bragging that he had a mutual fist fight with somebody else. That's how you described it yesterday, a mutual fist fight.
I would never say a mutual fist fight. That's not the words I would use, but he had a fight. That's correct.
And the other person was a willing participant.
I don't know about willing.
You indicated they went to an area that wasn't on camera to have their fight,
Correct.
and that Ryelee told you this.
Yes.
So, you made a lot of statements yesterday about Rylee's acts of violence that Ryelee told you about.
Yes.
And Ryeelee's not here to contest that, obviously. Is that true?
Of course, that's true.
So when Ryelee tells you about fist fights, and there's a domestic incident in February, 8 months earlier, that caused you to be terrified of Ryelee? To the point that you needed a loaded gun?
That was one factor.
Well, that's multiple factors.
Those were factors.
What other factors? That's what you testified to yesterday.
Yes.
Now, during this entire time, between February, when he had the domestic, and October 19th, he continued to have placement rights with his son Jackson. Isn't that true?
I really don't know the legal of placement, but I know he did have Jackson at times.
You said that you were at Tara's house multiple times to pick up and drop off Jackson.
Correct. I don't know what the legal arrangement was, but
And I'm not asking you, did you
Oh.
see Ryelee with Jackson?
yeah, of course.
And there were never any fears expressed that Ryelee was so violent and so dangerous that he shouldn't have his 2-year-old son.
I didn't say that.
I'm asking you.
Right, I'm saying I did not say that.
You never thought he was too violent to have his 2-year-old.
I never said that.
Was he too violent to have his 2-year-old? Did you make a complaint to social services or the police that Jackson was in danger because he was spending time with this violent, scary father?
I did not.
And the mother of Jackson continued to let Ryelee have Jackson, have placement time with Jackson.
Yes.
And you testified being around when Ryelee had Jackson.
Yes.
But this is the same person that when he's running down the street, you are so terrified you have to load a gun and arm yourself.
Yeah, there were times that he was, like I said, very easy to be around, very nice. He was a friend of mine. I spent a lot of time with him and I wasn't scared. When he was enraged and angry and violent and coming at me, yelling and screaming, that's a different side of Ryelee than the loving, caring father and friend that he was.
You testified yesterday that you saw Ryelee come around the corner at Main and School Street.
I saw someone
School and Van
in Van Street, yeah.
You saw him come around the corner and run.
Well, I saw when he just came around the corner, someone running, and then because of the yelling, I knew it was him for sure.
So he's running at you down Van Street.
Yes,
Van Street that's 400 feet long,
correct.
the length of a football field,
Okay,
100 yards.
yeah,
Oh, so not even, a little bit more. So he's running down Van Street,
correct.
and you meet up with him 2 or 3 houses up the road
Yes,
with your gun.
yes.
How is it possible if he's running, screaming down a 400-foot street that you had time to go back to your car and, as you testified, get out your shotgun, open the shotgun, get the shells out of your car, load the shotgun, pull the hammers back so it's ready to fire, and then meet Ryelee 2 houses up? The road is 6 houses long, and he's running.
That's correct.
How is that possible?
Grabbing the gun, loading it, doesn't take much time at all, and he had stopped, obviously.
Yesterday
Down.
you didn't testify he stopped. You said he was running at you. That's why you were so terrified.
He was, and then after I went and got the gun, he of course stopped because the video shows he stopped, and Tiffany Rose had already gotten out of the vehicle and was engaging in a verbal exchange with him.
So Tiffany Rose didn't get out of the vehicle until that point.
Yes, she did.
You just said she had gotten out of the vehicle. by
Right, so that's what I'm saying is she had gotten out and gotten into a verbal exchange with him. When he came around the corner, he was yelling and screaming. She responded.
couldn't drive away because Tiffany was standing outside the car and you didn't think she could get in quick enough.
I said that's one factor, yes.
What other factor would stop you from just driving away and going to get your animals?
I wish I would have.
Tiffany had Tara's phone number, didn't she? They were joint grandmas of the same grandchild.
I think she did. I don't know for sure.
You picked up Jackson at Tara's house and dropped him off multiple times, you said.
Oh, yes.
You've been there many times.
That's correct.
There was never a phone call to make those arrangements?
Yeah, I don't know if it was on Facebook Messenger calls. They did a lot of that sort of thing.
You had a way to get a hold of Tara.
I don't know if my phone had her.
Tiffany had her phone too.
I don't know for sure, but it's possible.
And so you're still saying that you parked out on the street so that you had to walk all the way to the back of Tara's house because you used the back door, rather than just pulling up to the door, telling her don't give Ryelee a ride, and then going to get your animals.
I was probably going to not walk, but run to her door.
Did you run to her door?
I didn't even get far enough to do so.
Yesterday you said you were on the way to her door when you saw Ryelee running and screaming at you.
I
You
was.
had to go back to your car.
Well, that's correct. I had to go back to the driver's door. I had just gotten to, say, the back of my car, not even down her driveway at all.
Down. So
I didn't get down Tara's driveway at all.
why wouldn't you drive down the driveway to tell her? So that it would be 2 seconds to get out and tell her.
Well, it's exactly, so I could leave quickly. I parked my car on the road, kept it running. I was gonna run, talk to her quick, and so I could leave again. Because once you park in the driveway, it could take longer.
Why would it take longer if you're parked in the driveway right next to the door?
Because I could get parked in. I don't know.
About at 10:20 at night on a school night, Monday, you were gonna get parked in the seconds it would take you to tell Tara not to give him a ride, because you didn't wanna call her.
I never said I didn't want to call her.
You said you didn't call her, you stopped to tell her.
That's correct. I don't know. What was the question?
You could have just called her, so you parked on the road so that you had to run to her door rather than just pulling up to the door and telling her and leaving and going to get your animals.
That's correct. That's what I did.
You didn't pull up to the door.
I still don't understand the question. I parked on
Why
the road.
Why didn't you pull up to the door so you could make this a very quick stop?
I thought where I parked would make it a quicker stop.
You pulled down Van Street because you saw Ryelee. That's what Tiffany Powell testified to. You were on the way to get the animals, you saw Ryelee, you pulled down in front of him. That was her testimony yesterday. And that was her statement back on October 20th, 2020. You saw Ryelee and you pulled down the road in front of him. You got out of the car, you grabbed a stun gun and a shotgun, a loaded shotgun, and you met him halfway down the street. That makes sense with the timing. You're kind of jogging, Riley's walking.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
When the items were stolen from your car, was there any sign of forced entry?
I don't think so, no.
Didn't you tell police that you would lock the car, but Tiffany and Rowan would often leave it open?
I believe so.
As a trained law enforcement officer, would you leave a car open with loaded weapons, ammunition?
No, like I said, I would always lock my car.
But you knew they left it open often.
No, I didn't know they did it often. I said sometimes they would leave it unlocked.
Even if it's just once, isn't that extremely dangerous?
Absolutely, it was against my wishes every time they did it.
Why didn't you check to make sure your car was locked every night?
I normally did.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 91. Can you identify that exhibit?
Separation agreement waiver and release between City of Waupaca, the Union, and William Zelenski.
What is it dated?
Uh, 4/13 of 2005.
What does it indicate was your last day of employment?
April 20th of 2005.
And you had some months of salary that they paid you after you separated from the city, is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you given a choice whether to sign and accept this agreement or not?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevancy of this line of questioning.
We'll excuse the jury. Please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Hogan?
Your Honor, I don't think anything related to the separation of Bill's employment in the city of Waupaca has any relevancy to this trial.
Ms. Isherwood?
Your Honor, everything that Mr. Zelenski has claimed in this case is based on his police training and that this is what a law enforcement officer does. He's been trained as a law enforcement officer and that that's what he was doing that day. He called 911 and he stayed calm because that's what he was trained to do as a law enforcement officer. And I think it's fair for the jury to know that he was released from the police department and he was given the choice to resign or be fired.
And I guess Exhibit 91 apparently demonstrates that. I felt you were going beyond that and asking for the reason of the separation. And I'm asking, what's the reason? Is there any possible relevance to this trial?
And I don't see any, I'm not specifically objecting for the jury knowing that he signed the separation
That's
agreement.
right. That's how I understand it. I'm saying that's proper. But it sounded to me from your question you want to go beyond that
I
document.
wasn't going to go into the individual details, though they would be helpful because a lot had to do with misuse of firearms, but I wasn't going to do that. But you don't get paid to resign. I can let the jury just speculate on that. But I think it's entirely appropriate as he's holding himself out as a law enforcement officer that he had to have a settlement agreement between the union and the city and himself with terms when he left. That's not how a normal situation for resigning from a job.
And I mean, to even state this is not a normal way that somebody would leave the force is opening up a whole nother can of worms that we don't need to get into for this trial. If
Now, I don't need to hear anymore. I agree. It's in the record. There's a separation agreement. He left. Implicit with that, there's some problems. Everyone understands law enforcement officers get separated. There's usually something underlying it. And the real purpose here is not relevant to this case. So you've gone as far as I'm going to allow you to go in that regard. But they've heard about the separation agreement. They can look at, I haven't looked at it. Is there anything contained within the exhibit that's problematic? I haven't seen it, of course.
Just that they won't, speak disparagingly.
That's what I was going to guess. Mutual, yep, okay. They can see that document. It can be, having not read it, unless there's some objection, I'll allow it to be published to the jury. But beyond that, I don't think we need anything more.
Okay.
We're ready then. Ms. Isherwood, any idea how much longer? Do you have any idea how long your redirect is?
We would probably want to take the morning break before I start redirect.
That's what I was guessing. Okay. Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Isherwood, you may proceed.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 87. And can you identify what that is?
It's appears to be a text message from me to Nicole Zacharias,
And who is Nicole Zacharias?
a Waupaca probation agent.
And do you know her?
I do.
And pulling the message up just so that the jury can read along. What's it dated?
10/14 of 2020.
this would have been before you even knew that the animals were gone.
Yes.
We're gonna make it so the jury doesn't have to stand on their head to read it. Oh, now you really have to stand on your head. Can you read the message?
This is Bill. Thank you for everything. I'm sure you understand as a former law enforcement officer, I like accuracies and documenting everything.
So even in 2020, you held out the information that you were a former law enforcement officer regularly. Is that true?
No, I wouldn't say regularly. In this particular instance with a probation agent, I did. It's a related
So,
field.
I counted that 15 years after entering into a separation agreement from the city police force, you were still talking about your days as a law enforcement agent or enforcement officer.
In this text message, yes.
And you've talked about conducting the investigation into the theft of your animals
Yes.
and interviewing people, sending out messages, acting as an investigator.
Yes.
You were solving this in the streets.
Correct.
You didn't trust that law enforcement was going to do it, and you were more concerned about the time and finding your animals.
Well, I didn't say I didn't trust law enforcement to do it. I just said that I had more time and I felt the urgency necessary was something I could assist with in conjunction with law enforcement.
And again, the urgency. And I said it was the urgency, that you wanted to find the animals.
Correct.
Were you worried about punishment for anybody who may have taken the animals?
That wasn't my major concern.
You talked about I'm going to play one of your calls to law enforcement the night of October 19th, and it is on our, it'll be on our exhibit number 93 flash drive.
Hello, this is Bill.
Hey Bill, this is Paul at the Sheriff's Department. I talked to you earlier.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Yeah, so April said you're headed to 400 and a half Mill Street.
Yes,
Okay, and that's in Waupaca, right?
correct. The city of Waupaca, on the
Okay.
corner of State Street and Mill Street.
Okay. I had officers still working on this call, and they were actually already headed to Waupaca, to a different address, but now they're going to the 400 Mill. I don't want you to go. I don't want you to go to the house first. I want you to let the officers get there and talk to them.
Oh, okay. I
So
know
if you
that
want-
Ashton, my friend Jeff Larson's there watching it, and he said the Ashton kid is there. He just went out and threw something in the street and looks like he's packing a handgun in his pants.
Okay.
And so he's watching it because he owns the house, and he's gonna get permission to enter as well.
Okay.
And Ashton and his girlfriend, who I think is Ashton's 17, his girlfriend 16, are both in and out of the house, standing in the middle of the street, watching for something. Because I think an officer had already been there tonight once.
Okay. So Jeff isn't in the
Well-
house. He's like across the street watching.
No. He's off across the street in his truck, yeah.
Okay.
And they're videotaping the Ashton kid because he was fussing with something in his pants. He thought it was probably a gun.
Okay. Hold on one second.
I'm gonna talk to the officers quick, don't hang up, but I don't want you to go to that house right now, okay?
Okay, I'll go to 111 North Main Street and hang in there for now.
Okay, we'll call you when we know what's going on, okay?
Alright, thanks, I appreciate it.
Yep, bye.
Alright.
So law enforcement had told you not to go to the house and talk to Ashton and Ryelee.
That's correct.
They wanted law enforcement to handle talking to Ashton and Ryelee.
That's correct.
And yet, when you saw Ryelee walking down the road, you turned down in front of him and got out of your car.
I turned down the road I was going.
And
I did not go to Mill Street as requested.
But they're talking about you talking to Ashton and Ryelee. And they were at Mill Street, so they told you not to go there and to let the officers talk to them.
Right, so I complied and did exactly what they asked me to do.
Until later, when you saw Ryelee and you confronted him.
No, I didn't confront Ryelee. He came around the corner and confronted us. I know what Tiffany Rose testified to, but I never told her that I was turning down Van Street because we saw Ryelee. I never told her we were going to confront Ryelee. That was what she thought, maybe, but that's not. We never had any conversation about that's what took place.
I'm gonna play the 911 call.
Waupaca County 911, what's location emergency?
I'm on the corner of Boulevard and Van Street. I'm sorry, Van Street.
Waupaca County 911, what's location emergency?
I'm on the corner of Boulevard and Van Street. I'm sorry, Van Street. And
Alright,
Shepherd Street.
Van and Shepherd Street?
Yes.
What's going on?
Ryelee Manente was walking home. I confronted him. He attacked me and I shot him. I tried to.
That was your 911 call.
That's correct.
I confronted him, he attacked me and I shot him. Is that?
Yeah,
You're not,
I just heard it. That's correct.
You confronted him with a taser and a shotgun.
Correct.
And you testified yesterday that when you loaded the shotgun, you pulled both hammers back.
I said I wasn't sure,
If you
but
did-
at some point I did.
Okay, if, you don't know if you did it right away, but you think you might have?
That's what I said. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
So when you handed the gun to Tiffany, the hammers would have been pulled back.
Like I said yesterday, I don't know for sure.
So pulling him back right away or pulling him back just before you shot him is considerably different, wouldn't you say?
It is different.
Okay, and you don't remember when you pulled him back?
That's what I said, yeah.
And when did you put your finger in the trigger?
I put my finger inside the trigger guard after Ryelee had charged me and grabbed onto the gun.
And he charged you after you confronted him with a gun?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
And Ryelee had a right to defend himself, isn't that true?
Yes.
Now, you were so worried about Ryelee, and Ryelee getting to the animals before you, or getting to the animals while you were there. Were you worried about Ashton?
Yes.
But you didn't make any efforts to tell Tara not to give Ashton a ride?
Yeah, it would go without saying, Ryelee and Ashton.
It would go without saying. You didn't tell Danielle or Angela not to give the animals to Ashton?
Well, I'm pretty sure they knew that.
Well, aren't you pretty sure Tara knew that too?
To not give Ryelee the animals?
The ride to the animals?
Oh, a ride to the animals. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Okay. Doesn't it go without saying that Tara knew not to give Ryelee a ride to the animals?
Not necessarily.
But it goes without saying that Danielle and Angela would know not to let Ashton or Ryelee have the animals.
Well, that's what you said, that let them have the animals.
Were you worried about Ashton going to get the animals?
Yes.
Did you, in your conversation with Danielle, his stepmother, and Angela, his mother, mention to them, don't let Ashton or Ryelee pick up the animals?
I didn't say anything. I wasn't talking in that conversation.
We can hear your voice on that call. You say thank you for giving them the information of where the animals are. You were listening to the call.
Correct. I wasn't participating in the conversation, but I was listening.
And it didn't occur to you to tell them not to let Ashton or Ryelee take the animals. You said it goes without saying.
Well, the person on the phone, Angela, is the one who had the animals. She said, I want to get them out of my basement. And she was just informed that they were stolen from us. And she had arranged for us to come get them. So I would think she would know not to give them to anyone. Because we were
Tara knew they were stolen also.
correct.
And Tara would have known, as you said, it goes without saying, don't give Ryelee a ride out there to pick up the animals. You're the one who said it goes without saying.
Well, because the people on the phone were saying, we want to give you the animals.
Did you ever see Ashton that night?
No, I didn't see him. I just heard about him breaking into my Main Street building while I was in the back of the squad car.
And that was afterward when he was looking for Ryelee?
I don't know, he just threw a rock through the window and entered the building.
After the shooting?
Correct.
And you never saw Ashton or Ryelee on October 19th?
Yes, I did. This happened on October 19th.
Before you confronted Ryelee, you hadn't seen him that day?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever tell the 911 caller that it was an accident?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever tell Tiffany that it was an accident?
No, I didn't talk to her about that.
Did you ever tell Tara on scene that it was an accident?
No.
Did you ever tell Officer Wasser it was an accident?
No.
Did you ever tell Deputy Thorpe it was an accident?
No.
Did you ever tell Officer Shabilsky it was an accident?
I don't think I told anybody. I kept my right to remain silent.
I have no further questions.
Why don't we take a morning recess? We're outside the presence of the jury. Anything we should address before the recess?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Take a recess. seated. Take, we're ready for the jury.
Yes.
Please be seated. Mr. Hogan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill, I want to ask you some questions about some stuff that came up on cross-examination. Specifically with respect to the street names, do you remember what street name you first provided to 911?
I think I said Van and Oborn Street.
And your testimony was that Shearer turns into Oborn?
That's correct.
And I'm showing you it's been marked Exhibit 26. Can you point out where Shearer Street is?
This little section right here.
And do you know where Shearer turns into Oborn?
I would think after Van Street, it's one way on Shearer, and then when you go the opposite direction, it's Oborn.
Okay. And between where it goes from Oborn to Shearer Street, is there any traffic signals or anything that would indicate it's a different street?
No.
You were asked a question about responding to a hostile suspect. And I believe the prosecutor asked what you would have to know from dispatch before you would have your gun drawn when you arrived. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Would prior experience with a suspect factor into whether you might have to draw a gun before you get to a scene?
Definitely.
How so?
If you had prior experience with them, you would know some of their demeanor and how they react in situations, and if they have tendencies to cooperate or not.
If you knew they had been violent in the past, would that factor in?
Absolutely, yes.
You also testified one of the first things that you would do when you respond to, for example, I think the prosecutor said a bar fight. Do you remember the first thing you said that you would do?
I would wait for backup.
And what if backup weren't available?
I would have to assess the situation. Sometimes I would have to wait for backup because it wouldn't be safe to go in by myself. Otherwise, if it was something that it was controllable with just one officer and I felt I could handle it, I may proceed.
And were there ever times where you might have approached a situation by yourself where maybe you should have waited for backup?
Yes.
And I think you had mentioned it, but the prosecutor kept referring your top priority was just finding the animals. Is that accurate?
Not completely, no.
How is that not completely accurate?
Well, we didn't just want to find the animals. We wanted to get them home safely. And so find them, get them back into my care, get them back into their climate-controlled environments. So, they were home again.
Were you worried that something could prevent you from getting them home safely?
Yeah, definitely.
What were you worried about?
I was worried about Ryelee or Ashton or even someone else, Angela, one of her other kids, you know, stashing them, destroying them. I think it was suggested to just let them loose by someone.
Now, I'm gonna show you again what's been marked exhibit number 88. Can you remind the jury what exhibit 88 is?
It's a top view of a map showing Van Street with a, I think she said Google Map measurement that says 400 feet in 2 minutes.
And the 2 minutes was referring to the time it would take for what?
It has a stick figure of a person to either walk or run down that street.
Okay, so walking it would take 2 minutes down Van Street?
That's what she indicated, yes.
Where those blue dots start on School Street, is that where you saw the person you thought could be Ryelee?
No, he was down the sidewalk of School Street, not right at the entrance of Van Street.
So to get from where you saw the person you thought could be Ryelee to the other end of Van Street, do you think it would take longer than 2 minutes to walk?
Oh, definitely. It was a much greater distance than just this section of Van Street if you went down School Street.
Would it take faster if you were running?
Yeah.
And so we can see that when you parked in front of Terrace House at 10:17:26 p.m. and that all three of you were in the street right in front of the house with the camera, that was just over a minute
That's correct.
after you had parked?
Yes.
And so if Ryelee had been simply walking, do you think it was possible he could have walked to where we saw you arguing in just over a minute?
No, he would not have made it in time.
You testified that drawing a gun could potentially escalate or de-escalate a situation. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
How would it de-escalate a situation?
Just the presence of a gun, the threat of using the gun, could make a suspect think about their actions and decide they don't want to go forward with any violence. They could see that gun and say, no, I'm going to disengage, I'm going to stop fighting, I'm going to stand down.
And that would de-escalate that situation.
That's correct.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked Exhibit 89. Can you remind the jury what Exhibit 89 was?
This is a Waupaca Police Department's use of force policy.
And I think you had read the date of origin at the very top before.
It's 2/12 of 2004.
And on Exhibit 89, can you flip to the very last page?
Yes.
Is there a signature on that?
Yes.
And is there a date on that?
Yes.
Can you read the date that it was signed?
It says 1/10 of 2006.
We heard that your last date of employment was in 2005.
I believe that's correct.
And so Exhibit 89 was signed after you had left the Waupaca Police Department.
It appears to be correct.
Do you know if anything in Exhibit 89, let me back up. You indicated there's a date revised on Exhibit 89?
Yes.
And what date is that?
09/13 of 2016.
Do you know, does it indicate in Exhibit 89 anywhere what revisions were made in 2016?
It just says that it was revised. It does not say what was changed.
So we don't know what it would have been in 2014? Or
That's-
2004?
That's correct.
I'm handing you what's been marked Exhibit 83. Can you remind the jury what Exhibit 83 is?
It's a photograph from outside the passenger side of the car with the door open.
That's the passenger side?
I'm sorry, no. It's the driver's side.
And how far back is that picture taken from, approximately?
It's beyond the open door. I'm just guessing that it might be 5 feet or so back from the car.
Can you actually see the end of the door to the driver's side?
Yes, that's the entire end of the door is visible, so the picture is from beyond the open door.
And you testified, and we saw the video, Ryelee approached the driver's side of your vehicle.
That's correct.
How far into the vehicle did Ryelee go?
I'm not 100% sure, but he was right up against it.
Was he closer than the distance from which that photo was taken?
Oh, definitely, yes.
You testified that at some point when you had the taser, you had dropped it.
That's correct.
And I think you said you don't remember initially picking it up.
That's correct.
At some point, did you do anything with the taser after the gun went off?
Yeah, at some point I located, picked up the taser and put it on top of my car.
I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 84. Can you remind the jury what Exhibit 84 shows?
That's a picture of the top of my car, which does show the taser, the gun sleeve, and my wallet.
Were you here yesterday when Nate Brickell was testifying?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he saw somebody pacing or walking down the street and then back towards the vehicle?
Yes, I do remember that.
Did you have to walk to where we saw you on video with the taser by Ryelee to go get the taser?
That is correct.
On cross, it was brought up about suspects being searched when they get brought into the jail. Do you remember that?
I do.
Or at least to the Sally Port.
Correct.
In your experience, has there ever been a time that a weapon was missed when somebody was brought into the Sally Port?
Yes.
What kind of weapon?
Well, there's a lot of things that could be considered a weapon. I personally know of someone who brought a syringe with a needle on it into the jail.
I mean, and I'm talking just about to the Sally Port. That was what was asked about on cross.
Yes, in the Sally Port, I think weapons are brought into the Sally Port on a regular basis by the law enforcement officers.
What about by suspects?
I wouldn't think normally. You wouldn't want them to be.
And have you ever seen a time where a suspect may have had a weapon in the Sally Port because it was missed on an initial search?
Objection asked and answered.
You can answer if you can.
I'm trying to recall a specific instance, but I'm having trouble remembering one. But
the prosecutor asked you about the 2 handguns that had been stolen from you.
Yes.
And you testified that you received some information that one was possibly sold.
Yes, someone said that they thought one of them had been sold and they were taking pictures to advertise them for sale.
So, if I understanding correctly, it was information that they were trying to sell a gun.
Correct.
Did you actually receive information that the gun actually had been sold?
I didn't know for sure that it had been sold. Someone said that they thought it had been sold, but I didn't know it had been to who or anything like that.
And if a gun had been sold, you wouldn't have known which gun was sold?
No.
And remind me again the caliber of the 2 guns that were stolen.
One was a 9mm and one was a .38 special.
Is ammunition for a .38 special hard to come by?
No.
Is ammunition for a 9mm hard to come by?
No, not at all.
And I think you testified there was a loaded clip that was not stolen.
That's correct.
For which gun was that clip?
The magazine for the 9mm was left in the center console.
And would have that been easy to purchase ammunition for to load?
Yes, that'd be very easy too.
There was some testimony on cross about some of your items being left on the hood of a squad car.
Yes.
I want to bring up a squad video. How do you know there was stuff left on the hood of a squad car?
Because when they searched me, put me in the back of the squad, they took my items that were on my person, set them on the squad car hood. And while we were en route, I reminded the officer driving that my personal effects were still on the hood of the vehicle. And you know, I didn't want them to get lost, so I told him about it, and he had to pull over and then bring them into the vehicle.
I'm going to show you a clip on Exhibit 95 entitled 41.axon, starting at 19 minutes and 13 seconds. Before we start playing, are you able to see the video?
Yes.
And what can you see in the video?
Right now it appears to be my baseball cap on the right bottom corner.
And where is the baseball cap? Where is that on the video?
It looks like it's outside on the hood in front of the windshield wiper.
And do you know what vehicle this would be?
I believe it to be the squad car that was transporting me to the Sally Port and to the hospital.
And you could actually see this from the back seat?
Yeah, that's correct. I saw it and noticed it, and that's why I mentioned to the officer it was still out there.
And what did the officer do?
He pulled over to the side of the road and got out of the squad, got the hat and the knives and put it into the squad.
Okay, so we'll start playing at 19 minutes and 13 seconds. We'll stop at 19 minutes and 55 seconds. Does that just show what you had just described?
Yes, it does.
And where did the officer put those items?
He put them on the passenger seat of the squad car.
And that was the squad car that ultimately went to the Sally Port?
That is correct.
So that kind of stuff does happen.
It sure did.
I'm going to bring you up to the video from the doorbell camera when everybody is in the street. All right, are you able to see that video?
Yes.
And do you know if Ryelee was actually wearing his jacket at this minute?
It doesn't appear so.
At any point, do you see something anybody drops during this video?
No.
Okay, we'll play it. And we'll stop right there. And are you able to see that video?
Yes, it seems easier than that one.
Can you see where I'm pointing right now?
Yes.
And do you know what that is?
I believe that's the jacket.
And I see something right here in the road. Do you see that spot?
The light?
No, just right to the lower right of the light.
I see a dark spot there.
A little dark spot?
Yes.
Can we back up the video a little bit? Okay. We're pausing the video at 17 seconds. Do you see it there?
I do not. No, I
So
don't.
If we play, can you focus your attention right in that general area?
Okay.
And if we want to stop, did you see anything happen in that area?
It's hard to see, but it looks like something dropped.
Do you know what that was?
I do not recall.
And if we go near the end of the video, and we'll stop here at 27 seconds. Does that shotgun have a flashlight?
Yes.
And where is the flashlight pointed at 27 seconds?
It's pointed down at the ground.
Is that about where we saw that black?
It is
thing?
close to that item, yeah.
And as you sit here today, you don't remember what that was?
I can't say for certain what it is, no.
I'm handing you what's been marked Exhibit 90. And can you remind the jury what Exhibit 90 is?
It's the Waupaca Police Department use of force report.
And you refer to that as a continuum.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
The use of force continuum is a liquid range of options where it can flow through each option, or it can jump from one to another. It can go up or down the continuum.
By liquid, you mean fluid?
Very fluid, yes.
And under D, there's 3 check boxes under deadly force. What are those 3?
Under deadly force, it says discharged, displayed only, threatened to use.
So, threatened use, is there anything after that?
It is in smaller print, says no display.
So, displaying a firearm would be
Correct.
You were also asked some questions about ever making any complaints or reports to CPS. You remember those questions?
Yes.
And have you seen Ryelee interact with Jackson?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Ryelee be violent with Jackson?
Not towards Jackson, no.
And so if you never saw him be violent towards Jackson, would there have been a cause to report to CPS?
No.
On cross, the prosecutor played you the phone call we had talked about that you received from dispatch.
Yes.
And that was, I'm not gonna bring it all the way to you, but that was here where you were told not to go to Mill Street.
That's correct.
In that phone call, did you tell officers where you were gonna go?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
To 111 North Main Street.
Is that where you ended up going?
Yes, it is.
Why didn't you go to Mill Street?
Because they told me not to.
You listened to that.
Correct.
And the prosecutor played the 911 call where you had said that you confronted Ryelee.
That's correct.
But on the stand, you had testified that Ryelee confronted you.
That's correct.
I want to show you the video clip that was played the other day. This is also going to be on Exhibit 95. And Bill, are you able to see the video?
Yes.
And what do we see in the video?
It appears to be the back seat of a squad car with me buckled in.
Okay. And I'm going to go to .30 minutes and 55 seconds into the video, and we'll play it.
That's where I was headed. Where Ryelee confronted us to go get those reptiles back.
And we'll stop at 31 minutes and 2 seconds. Whose voice did we just hear?
That was my voice.
And what did we hear you saying?
I said that Ryelee confronted us.
So you had said both things. There was a confrontation that night?
Correct.
Showing you it's been marked Exhibit 87.
Yes.
Can you remind the jury what Exhibit 87 is?
It's a text message from me to probation agent Nicole Zachariah.
And I think your testimony, you said something about, you mentioned you were law enforcement because it was a related field. What did you mean?
A probation agent works very closely in conjunction with law enforcement officers.
showing you it's been marked Exhibit 24. And can you point out the house from now your understanding of where the doorbell camera was?
I believe it was on this door right here.
And how many houses from the intersection is that?
From this intersection or that intersection?
From Shearer Street.
One. It's kind of at the intersection.
I mean, is there a house on the other side of this house?
Yes, Tara's house.
Is there any other houses?
No.
So you were only 2 houses away from this intersection?
Correct.
Not 3 as have been stated on Frost?
Correct.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Anything further, Ms. Ishwood?
Just a few questions. You indicated that you were worried not only that Ryelee would go to Angela's house when you were getting the animals, but that her kids who were there might cause problems.
Anyone could, yes.
So wouldn't that make it even more important to contact law enforcement that you were going there?
Yes.
But you didn't.
We did eventually. Yes.
You called law enforcement when you were on their way to Angela Borzyk's house.
No, we didn't make it.
You never contacted law enforcement to say, meet me at this address, I'm going to get the animals.
No.
If just the appearance of a gun would de-escalate a situation, why would you stop to load it?
In case you needed to use more than just showing it.
Against just a person who wants to have a fist fight.
Well, to show a firearm and not have it loaded would probably be irresponsible, because if you show it and it's not loaded, you can't use it.
But you said you just showing it would de-escalate the situation.
It could,
So you wouldn't need to have it loaded.
if it de-escalated it. But if it didn't de-escalate it and the suspect had a weapon and you showed it and you'd have to use it and you didn't have any ammunition in it, you know, it would be more prudent to, while you're next to the ammunition, grab it and put it in it rather than having to run back to the car again to get the ammunition.
And pull back the hammers and have it ready to fire. On a double-barreled shotgun, the hammers are the only safety. Is that correct? There's not a separate safety like in a hunting rifle that you click off before you fire.
That's correct.
So if the hammers are back, it's good to go.
It's ready to fire, yes.
The information you had that tied Ryelee and Ashton to the theft from your property was the same information that told you one of the guns had been sold. Is that true?
No.
So someone else told you one of the guns, you said you got Snapchat messages and one showed pictures of the guns? Is that true?
The Snapchat photo which you displayed showed the Tanqueray gin bottle, which was kept in the reptile room.
So is that the only picture you saw tying Ryelee and Ashton to this crime?
I don't recall. That's the only one that's been shown to refresh my memory.
Well, that's the only one anyone else has seen. You flashed several pictures to Wazrud. We couldn't see on the body cam what they were. But you said in that Snapchat, was it in that Snapchat series of photos that had the information one of the guns had been sold?
No.
Where did that information come
I
from?
think it came from Mackenzie.
Who is also the person who shared information from you that it was Ryelee and Ashton.
Correct.
Is there any reason that you relied on some of the information, but you didn't rely on other parts of that information?
I don't understand the question.
You said someone told you it had been sold, but you didn't know if you could believe it.
I didn't know if for sure it had been sold or not. It turns out it had not been.
Where is that? How did you find that out?
At a later date, much after this incident, I actually met an individual who told me he received both of those stolen guns after the fact from Ashton.
Who was that?
His name is Jared Warzella.
And he told you he purchased both of these guns from Ashton?
He was going to purchase them, but instead he just stole them from him. He traded them for a stolen car in Milwaukee.
When did he steal the guns from Ashton?
I can't tell you the exact date. I have no idea.
You didn't ask him?
I did, but I don't recall exactly when. He actually approached me and said, I didn't know it was you, but I'm the one that ended up with your guns.
How do you know they were the same guns?
He described them to a T. The exact description of the guns.
You told Officer Wazrud, when we watched the body cam, that one of the guns was sold to buy drugs.
That's what I believed at the time.
So you believed one of the guns had been stolen, which was my original question.
No, I thought both were stolen.
One of the guns had been sold.
If that's what it says, then that, yeah, makes sense.
Well, when I asked you earlier, you said you didn't know if it had been sold, but you just said your belief was that one of the guns had been sold.
Right, which I found out later was not accurate.
But that's not relevant to what was in your mind when you confronted Ryelee.
No, but you asked if I knew it had been sold. I didn't know, but I believed at the time from the information I had. I was just trying to be accurate.
Now, when the officer left your cap on the hood of the squad car and drove off, that obviously was a mistake. Is that true?
Absolutely, I agree.
So, when you say that weapons go into the sally port, that's not an example of what happens in day-to-day law enforcement. Would you agree that was a mistake of an officer who was the second day being on his own and had just been confronted with an extremely difficult call?
Yes.
So you can't base your belief that suspects have guns in the sally port based on that incident. Is that true? That Ryelee would have a weapon given to him after he left the sally port?
Well, if he had a legal weapon he was allowed to have, I see no reason they wouldn't give it back to him when he was released.
When we heard the call of the dispatcher telling you not to go to Mill Street, don't you believe what he was telling you on the call was don't confront Ryelee or Ashton? They were at Mill Street. He told you not to go to Mill Street just because that was an address not to go to. He told you not to go to Mill Street because Ashton and Ryelee were there, and he was instructing you not to confront them and let officers handle it. Is that true?
That's not what they said, and I certainly didn't go looking for Ashton and Ryelee.
But you found Ryelee.
We found each other.
And you stopped and confronted him.
I stopped and there was a confrontation.
You indicated when you were in the squad that you were on your way to get the animals when Ryelee confronted you.
That's correct.
So You were in a car on your way to get the animals and Ryelee confronted you?
Well, I think it's very clear. I've already stated that I stopped at Tara's house to quick run, tell her not to give him a ride, turn back on the shear, get on to school, and continue on to get the animals.
Which you never did.
I sure wish I would have been able to.
I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Hogan?
Bill, you were asked about Angela's kids potentially causing problems and whether that would cause you to call 911. Why didn't you call 911 or other law enforcement regarding the animals at Angela's house?
Because Angela was there, and she indicated she wanted to give them back to me. And when it was suggested on someone said, "Why don't you just let them loose?" She said no.
Did Angela tell you to call the police or not?
She specifically said not to.
And you testified that you would want to have the gun loaded in case you needed to use it.
That's correct.
If you loaded the gun, does that mean you intended to use it?
No, definitely not. I just had it ready in case I needed to.
I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mrs. Isherwood?
Just one question. The three-way call is a continuation of a call between Angela and Danielle, correct?
That's what I understand.
And in the part that did not include you and Miss Powell is where they talked about letting the animals go. They didn't tell you that night on the call you heard.
Like I said, I just remember hearing that. That's what I remember. So it could have been played here in the courtroom.
Yeah, so you heard it when you got the discovery on this case. You didn't know that on October 19th.
I didn't hear it when we got the discovery. I didn't hear any audio files. So if it was played in the courtroom, that's what I heard.
Okay. Or testified to.
Say that? Yeah, that could be.
So you didn't know it October 19th?
That someone had suggested to let him loose?
Yes.
I just can't recall. I'd have to listen to it all again, but it sounds fair.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything?
No.
Are you going to have additional witnesses?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Well, then this might be a good time to take the lunch break. I know food's not going to be here till noon, but we are outside the presence of the jury. So you are anticipating resting then, Mr. Hogan?
I'm fairly confident, yes. Would like to take the lunch hour just to be sure, but
Surely.
I'm fairly confident.
Ms. Isherwood, do you have any idea how many witnesses are going to be called in rebuttal?
I believe it'll just be one.
Just one. So we could get the testimony in by mid-afternoon?
Early afternoon.
Early afternoon. Does anyone have anything they want to put on the record now?
I would like to move for admission of exhibits 83, 84, 85, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, and 94.
92's not been identified.
Oh, it was 90. So 91 and 94. Is it okay?
Any objection to the receipt of those exhibits?
No.
They are received.
And if Madam Clerk could let us know other exhibits that may not have been offered.
Well, I can let you know, the timeline 77 has not been offered or received. Then 78, which is picture of the intersection of School and Band Streets, I think. 79 has not been offered, which is a large photo of 78. 80, which is, I take it, your flash drive, Band Street images 226 and 232. 81, which is the exhibit 23, apparently enlarged. Exhibit, did I say 82? That's 81. Exhibit 82 is exhibit 24, enlarged, and it was marked with the location that Ryelee was at. None of those have been offered or received. And then we would go down to your flash drive number 93 and number 95, which is the 41X and 39.1913 that you played.
And at this time, I would offer all of those into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Isherwood?
And what did you say 95 was?
95 is the 41X, and that was played, which I was at the squad car one, I can't remember, at 39.1913, which I think the squad car is showing the cap on the hood, if I'm not mistaken.
That, and there was an additional a body camera as well. So it was the one of the hood of the car and then the one in the back seat.
Yes.
Oh, well, it could be on this one. I think that's already been admitted on a state's exhibit.
The back seat one is already in from someplace. But you're offering all those, what's the state's, any objection to any receipt of any of them?
No, Your Honor.
They will all be received then. So right now, the only ones that I have not identified or received goes back to number 9, which I indicated was never identified. 86 has not been identified. 92 has not been identified.
That will be through our witness after lunch.
Okay.
86 you do not have, correct?
I do not have 86 identified.
Correct. Okay. Then we're on the same page.
Okay. Off the record then. Would counsel like to spend a few minutes seated. Are we ready for the jury then, or?
Yes.
You're resting. Please be seated. Mr. Hogan, you are resting.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense does rest.
Ms. Isherwood, you have rebuttal testimony you wish to introduce?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense would call recall. Sorry, the state would recall Officer Dan Wazard.
Just a second. You understand you were still under oath, Officer Wazard?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Officer, could you please again state your name and spell for the record?
Daniel Wazrud, last name W-A-S-R-U-D.
And Officer, we had, when you had testified previously, we had reviewed a video that you identified as a copy of your body camera footage from the meeting with Bill and Tiffany on Main Street. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you recall that? Now, I'm going to play a few portions here and ask you if these are an accurate recording or an accurate recording of what you and Bill discussed. So this is, again, this was from State's Exhibit 14. It'll be starting at 6 minutes and 26 seconds.
Confronted Ryelee about it because he thought they might have done it. He's like, well, check the cameras. The bank has cameras. They're already part of.
Sorry.
Know about the cameras. Maybe the.
Apologies, I'm going to restart that. Again, at 6 minutes, 26 seconds. And from that bit you heard, do you recall what he was discussing with you about the cameras?
He's referencing the theft to his vehicles that occurred at 111 North Main Street and how the banks behind his property may have captured who had done it.
Right. When he said that we heard just briefly that he confronted him, is he referring to?
He's referring to he confronted Ryelee and asked him if he had been the one who stole from his vehicle, and Ryelee had denied it.
So let me replay that.
Then when we confronted Ryelee about it because we thought they might have done it, he's like, well, check the cameras. The bank has cameras. They're already smart enough to know about the cameras. Maybe the.
All right, so I'm stopping at 6 minutes and 35 seconds. In either that portion that we just heard or any other time, did Bill say that anything about Ryelee becoming angry or confrontational about his questioning?
No, he didn't state that to me.
Did he indicate any fear of Ryelee?
No, he did not.
But he did suspect him of having stolen the 2 firearms from the vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to there to 12 minutes and 5 seconds, and I'll play just a brief portion. Do you recall where Bill was prior to coming to meet you?
I do not recall.
Did he talk about where he was going afterwards?
I'm not sure.
Let me just play this portion. I'm going to be starting at 12 minutes and 3 seconds.
I don't know if she did or not, but we're actually going to meet with our informant, Mackenzie. Yeah. Because her mom, Madison, her other daughter, was approached for a ride and supposedly said no. Yeah.
Do you know who he's referring to?
Yes, I do. He's referring to Mackenzie and Madison Madrow.
And what did he say Madison or Mackenzie was?
He referred to her as his informant.
Informant. Okay. I'm just going to let this play.
Maybe she didn't say no.
Again, sorry, again at 12:16 seconds.
We don't know. But I just want to find out where the animals are. Exactly. You know, because if we can recover the livestock, yeah, sure, I lost a couple of guns, it's a bad thing. Don't turn up because I got serial numbers. Exactly. But the animals.
So Bill was just talking to you about stolen firearms.
That's correct.
What was your impression about, was he concerned about those stolen firearms?
He didn't appear too concerned. He was, like he stated, figured that they would turn up at some point.
It didn't seem to bother him that there were stolen firearms in the hands of Ryelee?
He didn't express that concern to me.
At some point, did Bill start talking about some frustrations he had with law enforcement?
Yeah, Bill talked to me about how he had called the county, our dispatch center, and was concerned that the deputy who took his report for his theft of the animals from the county wasn't working, and the officer who took the theft of the property from his vehicles wasn't working at that time either, and I believe he was looking to pass information on.
So I'm going to play this video starting at 15 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well, through dispatch, the county's, because of course the city officer is not working, that the report, the county officers aren't working, and on vacation, and that was, so there was no one to respond, and I said, well, I gotta find these animals quick.
Yeah. I know they went out and checked a couple addresses.
So is that what you're referring to when he...
That's correct, yes.
Did he... Start that. I'm going to play a portion starting at 17 minutes and 7 seconds.
Both are bad situations. But if they're going to be released tonight, guaranteed they're going to find a way to go stash all the evidence.
So I'm stopping at 17 minutes and 14 seconds. You know who he's referring to?
He's referring to Ryelee Manente Powell and Ashton Toddy, or Tody, I'm not sure how that's pronounced.
And from earlier testimony, they had both been arrested, right, that night?
For sure, Ryelee was arrested. I don't know if they picked up on the warrants for Ashton or not, I don't recall.
So other than being concerned about the evidence being perhaps stashed or moved, did he express any concern for his own safety?
To me, no.
How about the safety of anyone else?
Only potential people handling the animals was the only concern he expressed, as some of them were venomous.
But no concerns about the firearms?
No.
talked to you about a previous incident with Ryelee where Ryelee had wanted to fight him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to play video starting at 8 minutes and 20 seconds, and let me know if this is an accurate recording of that conversation, that portion of the conversation.
You know. So then he said, come out here and fight me. He wanted to fight. And I said, I'm not going to come out here and fight you. I mean, no matter what happens, it's not going to be a winning situation for anyone.
Yeah.
So he's like, sure, so I'm going to get you. So then he threatened me, and I'm like, well, what's he going to do?
Yeah.
Then he came back.
I'm pausing at 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Is that the incident you were referring to?
Yes, it is.
And were you able to observe his body language when he was talking about Ryelee threatening him?
I did.
And how would you interpret that?
Would describe it as nonchalant and not too overly concerned.
And would that be consistent with the rest of his conversation with you as far as whether Ryelee presented any sort of threat of harm to him?
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Russ.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Wasrud, with respect to the last recording we just heard where Bill had said, Ryelee had told him, I'm going to get you. He had talked about the circumstances leading up to that comment.
Yes.
And he had actually said Ryelee had gone outside and Bill stayed inside.
I don't know if Ryelee had been inside. In the instance you're referring to, I believe he came to the residence.
So Ryelee was outside.
Correct.
And Bill was inside.
Yes.
And Ryelee made the comment, I'm going to get you.
I believe so.
And Bill said, in that recording, Bill had said, well, what's he going to do?
Yes.
You don't know if he was referring to, well, what's Ryelee going to do that night?
I don't.
Or what's Ryelee going to do sometime in the future?
Yep, that was not expressed to me.
He just thought, well, what's Ryelee going to do during that incident?
That's what he told me.
We watched another recording where Bill had told you about confronting Ryelee earlier.
Yes.
And you indicated that during that time, Bill didn't express concern about Ryelee.
Correct.
Your whole point of meeting with Bill that night was because Bill had additional information about the theft of his firearms.
Correct.
He had proof that Ryelee was involved with stealing his animals.
He had photos of a gin bottle that he believed had been taken from his residence.
Proof that Ryelee was likely involved.
Objection, Your Honor, I believe that is speculation.
You can answer if you can.
I believe it was a clue that would help show that Ryelee was involved, but that's unfortunately not the only bottle of gin in the world.
And your understanding was that was new information Bill had received that day?
Correct.
That he didn't have previously?
That's correct.
So when he would have went over to Ryelee's at an earlier date, he wouldn't have had some of that proof?
I don't believe so.
He did express some concern of Ryelee going to where the animals would be.
Correct.
To stash the evidence.
Correct.
So he did express that concern.
He did.
He also expressed concern of Ryelee having somebody else go help stash the evidence.
Potentially, yes.
You testified that Bill was frustrated officers were not working.
Correct.
Certain officers weren't working.
That's correct.
And he had this new information he wanted to share.
Yes.
And when he reached out, that's when you got in contact with him ultimately.
That's correct.
And he met with you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And gave you that information.
He did.
He just said, this officer wasn't working.
Yes.
Or this officer wasn't working.
Correct.
He didn't say, I'm frustrated that nobody's working on my case.
He didn't verbally express his frustration, no.
He just said, this officer's not working.
Yes.
And that was the officer he had spoken to previously.
Correct.
You said you knew who Madison and Mackenzie were,
Correct.
or know of them?
Yes.
And you know they have a mother that lives in town,
Yes.
Tara?
Correct.
Tara is both Mackenzie and Madison's mother.
I believe so, yes.
You didn't know where Mackenzie was?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions at this time.
Redirect.
Just briefly, is there significance to the other officer, the initial responding officer, being off as far as the progress of the case?
Yeah, so I normally wouldn't gather, or I would gather information from a victim of a crime, but if I'm not the investigating officer, I wouldn't proceed with that information without consulting that officer, because I don't know at what point their investigation is or who they need to talk to or what information they've gathered. So when Bill reported the information to me, I would have consulted with Officer Muskie prior to proceeding with that information.
Because that was the officer assigned to investigate that.
Yes, Officer Muskie was investigating the theft from Main Street.
And so this meeting occurred on October 19th, which we previously established was a Monday. Do you recall how long Officer Muskie was going to be off that week?
I believe he was coming back on Thursday. His rotation would have started.
Okay. So at least 2 full days?
Correct.
Okay, great.
Anything further, Mr. Hogan?
Officer, that's not uncommon for officers to share information with each other.
No.
And there's a system in place where additional information is put, like in the police department file.
Correct.
And other officers can see that additional information was received.
Yes.
And sometimes more than one officer might work on an investigation.
Potentially, yes.
Nothing further.
Was there more than one officer working on this investigation?
Not that I was aware of.
To your knowledge, did anyone inform Bill there was only one officer working on this investigation?
That I don't know.
Nothing further.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Any further rebuttal testimony from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we will take a break then. We are outside the presence of the jury. I think in terms of housekeeping matters, there have been a few exhibits that have been identified, and like for instance 93, which is apparently your flash drive, I believe.
That's the state's, and we're finalizing it right now.
So I assume there's no objection to the receipt of that.
No.
And likewise 95 is the defense's Axon tape, for lack of a better word,
Yes, on a thumb drive.
and a thumb drive, and that's being received, I assume, without objection.
That's correct.
So then, I have 92 as never having been identified,
That's correct.
and number 9 is never identified,
Correct.
and 86 is never identified.
That was the third one, yes.
Okay? So then, all of the evidence is in. We need to start talking about instructions. Do council need a little bit of time to get ready? Obviously, the question is if there's going to be lesser included than what the appropriate instructions will be. So do you need some time, or do you want to start talking about it now?
We started preparing over the lunch hour.
We can start talking about them, Your Honor.
Okay.
But before we talk about them, Your Honor, can I address one other thing?
Yes.
During the state's cross of Bill, Attorney Isherwood, in asking a question about the time it took to drive from Main Street to Van Street, she indicated that an officer had done it, and this is how long it took the officer, and I think the comment was this officer will testify about this. That officer did not testify about the time that it took to drive from Main Street to Van Street, so I would ask that that be stricken from the record and inform the jury to strike it or disregard because that evidence has not been received.
I will direct the jury to I'm not sure I should necessarily strike the response, but
The part of the question that referenced that.
and anything else, I will direct that they should disregard that portion of the question.
Nothing else.
Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I have all of my notes for instructions back in my office. I will need to go grab them. Unless council are interested in having some off-the-record discussions first, or
I think we can have off-the-record discussion.
why don't we recess the chambers then? seated. Please be seated. Back on the record. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's a few things I need to let you be aware of. You may remember there was a question regarding how long it may have taken to get from one street to another, and there may have been an implication that a certain officer may have timed it. That officer did not testify, so I'm directing that be stricken. You should not pay any attention to that. All of the exhibits that have been identified have been received by the court. All of the testimony was in. The lawyers and I have some legal work we need to take care of, and it will take a while, and we don't want you sitting around twiddling your thumbs unnecessarily. It's a nice day. We are going to release you for today, and if you would come back at 9 in the morning, we will get the case to you, and you will be able to deliberate by hopefully noon or so tomorrow. But thank you for all your attention and your patience. We really appreciate it. See you tomorrow morning at 9. Yeah, why don't you take your notebooks into the jury room? That's a good idea. Please be seated. We are obviously on the record outside the presence of the jury. While we were in recess, counsel and the court had an opportunity to discuss some concepts about jury instruction in chambers. I will be preparing the instructions and providing them to counsel either later today or first thing in the morning. However, I think there are some that we need to make a record on at this time. Ms. Isherwood, you are asking for, I believe, 1014.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Which is first degree and second degree with a self-defense instruction.
And the self-defense would include 805, 810, and 815.
And the 815 paragraphs 1 and 2.
Yes.
And you have no objection to that, Mr. Hogan?
No objection to that.
And just for the record, my request is just one.
Paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1, but I'm going to give 2. That's of 815 being inserted. And then, Mr. Hogan, you were asking for 717, and you are objecting, 772, excuse me, the accident instruction, and you are objecting, Ms. Isherwood.
Yes, that's correct.
But I will give 772. And if either one of you want to amplify your objections right now, or we can do it in the morning or later this afternoon when I have the full packet prepared.
I think it would be helpful to have the full packet in a minute or two to review it.
Sure. So, did I hopefully I told the jury to come back at 9 tomorrow?
You did.
So then, 8:30 tomorrow morning, we can go through the whole packet.
But we'll have it to take home tonight?
I hope I will get it done.
If we could at least have the substantive.
Yes. Well, I just designated Yvette with authority to get into my dashboard to help me since my JA is gone and my former JA, who was going to come back and help me, has gotten a really bad health diagnosis, so she could not come back today. Off the record. And she's got cancer in the brain now. And you heard me off the record?
I got off the record.
Yeah. I gave Yvette authority to get into my dashboard to assist me since I'm such a Luddite I can't word process.